What the hell am I thinking leaving this here without even putting music on? There we go. Let me get this into the standing configuration because I've been lazy enough and sitting down. Oh. Sip of water. Sip of juice. Knotting my shoulder from sleeping a quarter of a degree off in the wrong direction, being middle-aged. Shake it loose. Keep trying to shake it loose. Nope, won't work. It's just gonna bother me the whole time. We'll deal with it. I'm used to being in pain on camera. Wait, that sounds really wrong. Anyway, hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow with Snow Studio Games, and today we're jumping back into Brig Breakout, and I'm going to try and figure out, live, in person, floundering around, I'm gonna figure out how to make a animation blueprint for the, various melee fisticuffs punch brawling not assets, but animations that I got, and I'm going to try and make it work. I swear, right now it only goes to the idle, which is a good start, but the previous little system of checks and balances I made out of pools did not work to try and make it transition to anything, so we're gonna try a different approach. That said, let's pop over to the main scene, make sure, yeah, okay, cool, everything is good and everything's here. This is the animation blueprint. It's not gonna move because I didn't hit compile on it yet. I just dragged out a valid check because we want to make sure that this does not proceed if this is not valid. So let's go ahead and drag that off there. This event blueprint update animation, as I understand it, is basically like event tick in a regular blueprint, but it's for the animation. And on initialize, we want to make sure that we set the reference to the player to be the pawn owner of the animation instance. That is probably another thing that I messed up on the whole checks and balance things, but I had already deleted it and made a whole bunch of other changes before I realized that I didn't do that. So. Problemas. So once we have this and it is valid, we want to go ahead and get velocity. Should work, right? Yeah. Should work. So next is compare. Do we have compare? Oh, there's no thing for compare vector. How do I want to approach this? Compare values, and it doesn't give me anything there. Okay. Oh, that's an app movement. See what we can find to try and solve this. If the music's a little loud, let me know, so that way I can fix that. If I appear a little dark on the screen, it's because I haven't put one of my other lights on directly in front of me. I have it kind of cast off to the side. If you really want me illuminated that much, I will go ahead and pop it on there, but lights do tend to hurt my eyes. They always have. At least bright ones. And depending on the day, that can vary what bright really is. Oh. Work to pin down all this hair. So let's see if we can find anything here. Oh look, is walking. So we do have an is walking. Though I feel like I'm putting this in the wrong spot. I don't have any variables in here anymore. I got rid of those, right? Yes. Alright. Figure this out. Okay, so this does check for is walking, and then can set us to is sprinting. I want to go ahead and do a print here. Print successful. We'll just compile and save this real quick, and I'll jump in and see what I got going on. Sprint successful, which means it's detecting when movement's happening. Now let's see about... Okay, no movement detected. I'm hitting shift, it's not doing anything. Oh, never mind. I just wasn't clicked in. Awesome. So that is actually incorrecto. That's not good. Let's see. No, not move component 2. Don't worry, I'll find what I want. Not the AI move 2. Not that either. Perhaps lower? Lower. Lower. Too low. Lower. Not movement base actor or anything like that. There we go. Movement inputs. That's still not exact. There we go. So we have the enhanced action events, which we call all over the place. Not really all over the place, it's where we're calling the actual triggered events. So it basically looks like this, but it has more information on it. Now, the enhanced action values provides values of movement. Wunderbar. Yes. If input is disabled for the actor, the value will be 0. Interesting. If the value is being altered by an input trigger or input modifier, then the value may be 0. Don't autosave. I'm thinking, not delaying or disappearing. Damn. It's crazy. Let's see if this. So I tried using that walking thing, and it is kind of false reporting. Let's see what I can do about this instead. I kind of just need to be moving when I hear it. Oh wait, actually, I'm not sure if that's going to be returning the value being accepted or fed in. Let's find out. Greater. Or we're gonna need to shift this over a little bit. Thank you. Actually, this can just kind of fuck off over here. Damn. Already dropped an F-bomb. Oh, it's been more than 10 minutes. We're good, I guess. Maybe. Possibly. So if it's greater than 0, or less than 0, we just don't want it to be 0. I'm a child. Ha! Jesus. Oh, what's wrong with me? Or, I still need that or. Same thing for Y. I was breaking it down into super baby steps. There's a combined option. Alright, so this isn't really needed, theoretically. Doesn't matter if we are in the running or walking state, we just need to be moving. So let's find out. The sprint is not successful while I'm trying to, but now it, okay, yeah, that works. That'll work. That'll do. It'll do, dude. I'm very happy that actually works out for that. Which means we could technically just set this little thing here to mean equal sprint. Ooh, wait. Or this equals what you call it, moving. Yeah, I'm gonna function this. Why not? Not the whole, like, left shift thing, just this right here. Huh. Yeah, just this. Collapse to function. And we're gonna call this one is moving. I'm gonna put a question mark there too. Just moving, question mark, yep. Next, if player is actively moving. Turn it into a purecast node. And we will give a local variable here. Call this move check result. Here we're going to get move check result. We're also going to do a set move check result. And we're going to duplicate that move check result. So if either of these values are not equal to 0, then we're moving. And if they are both 0, then not moving. So now we want to pull a, let's see what next, return node. We add the return node, plug them both in there, and then instead of dragging off of either one of those, because that will give that will only let one of those values plug in there, we'll just do this. Add pin to node. I don't know why it adds a number to it, but it did the thing. Ah. I'll just do like local. There you go. So now that we have that, where's my left shift sprint? Ah, yeah, see, it vanished because we turned into this. Is moving. So now this can turn into a branch with that check on it. And pending the result of this, which checks if player is actively moving, as we typed it, we can go ahead and set this to sprinting, and whenever we release left shift, the sprint ends. Sprinting over. So we can bring this back here. Let's move that up. Yeah, go ahead. Tuck in under the wing. Safe. Family. I haven't actually put any more kind of information on here about what sprinting is supposed to do, which is just kind of increasing the maximum walk speed or run speed, and then when you release it, it reverts back to a, it's going to need to be obviously stored, so I'm going to need to store a base walk value and then have a sprint value, so that way it can toggle back and forth between them. Oh, I need a run value as well. Yeah, we have running and sprinting, so we'll need two different, a total of 3 float values. One is going to be walk speed. And we're going to get run speed. And then we get sprint speed. And have all those. Now I need to check here and see which one of these exactly is the walk move speed that we're using. Default land movement is walking. Okay. So here's walking. That's our max step height. Walkable floor angle. We'll probably wind up changing a few of these things. Ground friction. That kind of keeps us from sliding, right? Stop more quickly when braking. Yeah. If you turn that to 0, you're sliding on ice. I have ideas. Max walk speed, there it is. We're going to keep the max walk speed crouched at 300. I am also going to add that as a condition here. It has to be moving and not crouched. And grounded, honestly. So we need the and bool with 2 pins. Plug that in there. So moving with, what did we just say it was? Needs to be moving, grounded. I don't have a grounded check, but this should know, right? That's for nav movement. Whatever, let's find out. I don't think it will actually matter. A way to check. Where is, I don't have a whatchamacallit, so we'll bring one out so you'll know what a whatchamacallit is. Event tick is whatchamacallit. I basically just want this to do a branch, and then on true it will start printing woo. That'll get my attention for sure. So if this detects that we're moving on the ground, it will do woo. Please do. See, that's not what we want. Because we're not moving on the ground. I don't want to have to do a ground check. Don't do this to me. Alright. I'll do a basic ground check instead of doing a raycast or anything like that. So we're gonna get a box collision. Right? Grab this box collision and name this. We're actually gonna name this one ground check collider. Actually, let me capitalize that and actually separate these out. Not a function name, I can actually name it properly. So we call that the ground check collider. Let's make sure that we get this scaled really thin. Whoa! Lower. Slower. Slower. Too slow. Same bit, I don't care. Because it's Zap Brannigan. He doesn't care about anything. Except the life of luxury and Leela. It was a very shameful yet unfortunately accurate representation of very many people in the military. I had to suppress the eye roll that I felt just now. Let's look at this from the side instead of perspective, make sure that we're getting that right. How close I am to losing it sometimes. Right there. Yeah, this will be fine. Maybe gonna expand that out to about there. Bring that forward. It's all around there. Okay. So that ground check collider is gonna do some work for us. We're going to add event on component begin overlap. Brig player grounded. Brig player. Adding Brig player to all these just because reasons. There's like in-engine versions of, you know, certain very common use things like move, walk, run, sprint, attack, punch, kick. It's all in the mind. Brig player walk speed. Player run speed. By Jove, it's the Brig player sprint speed. Who could have guessed it? Not I. We'll leave player temperature. No one will ever question that one. Better. Love that it updates everywhere else accordingly as well. We can get rid of this right here. That's not needed. Block plus attack to uppercut. Because I am going to try and add a little diversity to the attack patterns. And let's see. On overlap, we want to first reorganize this, put that over there, and then we'll drag this out. Set on overlap. Actually, before we do that, we want to go ahead and make sure that the overlapped actor I don't want to have to mark things as lore. I might wind up having to. But then it might react weird, like, in the tunnel, because the tunnels are, like, a singular piece. So if that's marked as a floor and the person jumps inside the tunnel, it won't change animations or anything. And that's not what we want. Or it'll mess up, like, grounded calculations and things like that. It's a no-go. For now, we'll just check and make sure that it's not self as our first branch. self, get reference to self, that. It's always a good initial branch check whenever you're dealing with collision. Make sure that it's not just detecting collisions with yourself. It's kind of like your brain auto filters out the feeling of your clothes touching you most of the time once you're used to, you know, wearing clothing and stuff. It's almost the same as being used to seeing your nose. You actually see your nose at all times, but because you've seen it your whole life, your brain is actually so bored of seeing your nose, it tends to phase it out. And, you know, generally when people realize this, they start to notice that there's a blurry thing between their eyes, and they're like, oh my god, I'm starting to become aware and conscious of my nose. What? Yeah, it's crazy thing. Anywho. I was gonna think of like adding like a component on the tunnel that's like, yeah, this differentiates it and says that it's a floor. Like, it's the floor of the tunnel and it needs to be rotated this way, but then I realized that would mean I'd have to go through all of them and redo them because my tunnels are not a blueprint. So, no. This is just kind of an unfortunate stitch that we'll deal with like this. As long as it's not being in collision with itself, go ahead and set this to being grounded. Oh wait, do we have a jump check? Let me plug a jump check into this instead. Oh, there's an event on jumped, which is something that we could also tinker with. I'll just pull that aside. And the rules for what to do on jumped changes depending on where you're using that terminology at. That would be for triggering. Can I like see the original thing in the character? It's not gonna pull open, is it? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not letting me view documentation for it. That's crazy. Oh wait, go to definition. It just keeps saying reading C++ symbols and it doesn't take me anywhere. Oh no! Ooh, that's right. I read that and that's what taught me how to do the like tunable jump. It's awesome. I just saw a whole lot of woo. That's crazy. I didn't even hit play. Well, right now it would just kind of go woo. So on jump, we can automatically set that to like not grounded. This could be a secondary thing that plugs in there. Let's get this and see if it gives me different jump things. Oh, look at that. Jump Z velocity, that's the initial velocity when jumping. That's not what we need. Ooh. I remember this one. I made mental notes for different types of game stuff for that. Air control, apply gravity while jumping, impart base velocity. No, no, no. Set max jump temp. Nope. Getting the jump heights. Dang. Compute the max jump height based on the jump speed, velocity, and gravity. Yeah, that's still not what we're looking for. Okay. So I guess I can't do it an easy way with just looking for jump, so this is going to be the best way we got. So we'll grab Brig Player Grounded. Plug that in as the condition. And we'll set the overlap N. So long as the other actor is, again, let's just copy the branch. I was gonna copy more, but I realized I could have just done just held B and clicked. That's why I wound up copying instead, because I was like, I'm gonna copy the whole formula, and I was like, no, I can just plug it in. Why be complicated? Set Brig Player Grounded. Grounded, brother. As long as the thing that we're ending collision with is not the player, it'll need to do a quick check, actually. Let's do a quick box overlap component. So we're going to overlap around that component, and let's see, center box to overlap with the component. Open. Oh no, wait, that could be? Could be? An actual bone name indicates root body, and the root body of this is located right there. It would start the box right there. That could be okay. Let me see if I can get, yeah, there we go. Get the scaled box extent. That's not the right thing either, right? Unless it's construct. What does box min mean? If that is overlapping literally any other? No. Need someone to test the component against, or also probably just pick itself. Hang on, let me look up the actual documentation just for this node, because I don't like the way it's worded. Because it's a little confusing for me personally, and I need a restructure of the way it's worded. fine. Blueprint. Box overlap component, that's the Unreal Engine documentation. Let's see. Center of box overlap, description of the box to use. Okay. And my guy, you literally just reiterated the exact same thing with no elaboration on it. How is this is the information presented in engine? Why are you so unhelpful? Alright, let's see about specifically that inbox. Key features uses AABB to define the collision volume. This means the box is aligned with the world axes of X, Y, and Z. Yep. Yep. Best practice. Dedicated collision. Hey, that's not what I'm looking for. Thanks for being useless actors of event. I heard my camera do its little refresh. Nice to have some interaction. Thank you, camera. And everything else is just talking about the collision node that I'm using, the on component begin and end, because this is just very, very generic here. Do something specifically about this node. No, not that one. How did you misspell like 90% of your words? No. It immediately jumps over everything and goes to on component begin overlap. I dislike. We're gonna assume that don't know what to do. I guess that'll just go into both. I don't know what the center of the box is supposed to be. There was a center thing we saw, right? Get center of mass. For the root component. Let's try that. See what it does. And we'll know based on this if we actually wind up getting any kind of completion check on that. So this is all just a check to see if we're actually not overlapping anything anymore, to know if we're in the air or not. Hit location, return value. If this is true, I just thought of something. Okay, I was thinking of the wrong project. Thank God. Oh boy. I was like, dang, if it's gonna be detecting collision like that, then, you know, when I jump, it might react to a light component or something, which could actually still be a thing. Damn, I just thought about that. You know what, I'm just gonna have to hope that it doesn't overlap a light. See if we can check if it has static mesh. Out hit component equal static mesh. Oh no, it's looking for a... Okay. Let's try this. Out hit component class. And I can look up a very base class kind of thing, such as static mesh. That's right. Just do an equal check. Static mesh. There's so many different static mesh types here. There we go. So if it has static mesh, that's what we want plugged in there. That's how we're gonna know. So we'll do a component check to see if we have left the general area of static mesh. And then if the results wind up being false, we're not hitting any kind of static mesh, then it's time to accept that we are on the ground. Okay, so currently it said it knows we're on the ground. It does not know when we're not on the ground. Problem detected. I want to see if this is ever hit. It is not. Does that mean our feet are not leaving the floor? Let's change our max jump height. Let's say that's supposed to be centimeters per second, so let's set it to 600. That feels a little bit better, but it's also still not good for triggering the thingamabobber. So can jump is definitely there. Apply gravity while jumping, yep. And everything else is there. Air control, that's not really a thing that I want the player to worry about here in this game. I am going to have to tune that in the other game that we're going to probably jump to at some point. Why you no work? Move you over, move you down a little bit more, and then, I don't know what, set you to check what your collisions are. Overlap all dynamic, yes, of course. Good. Alright, so, no reason not to, I should probably actually ignore the pawns, but it doesn't really matter. Still, for some reason, not knowing, or maybe if I spawn the player up a little bit, give it time to drop into the floor. Nope, not enough. why don't we instead print have a do once on here with a print and a delay for about 2 seconds, so that way it's all printing and deleting at the same rate, 2 seconds. It's basically just going to be printing out true or false for us on a cycle endlessly. Or it's not going to do that at all. Why aren't you doing your fucking thing? You're supposed to. Can't believe I'm having to go this far for a grounded check in an Unreal Engine, like, thing. Upsetting. Why is there no printout? That is not the thing, I see. It was using the bool as another option answer thing. That is not what I needed. So obviously we know that it was false that whole time, because it was not changing at all. So our check for other actors that aren't us is failing on this somehow. So let's double check and see, instead of that, what's happening here. Why that's never getting reached. Is it just not noticing when things are... we're not breaking out? Okay, let's go back to this. Yo, that thing really doesn't detect any kind of collision. I'd like to get some visuals on this. You need to be revealed. Not simulate physics. Uncheck enable gravity. Where is... there you are. No longer hidden in game. Okay, so it is there. Am I not touching the floor with it? Was I like too close with it? No, that's definitely not it. Because it's in there now. And we're still not getting any kind of feedback on that. Why isn't this reacting? Like, at all. Our player knows that it's walking on physics objects. This is really weird. This is weird. I love the music though. gonna have to look this up. Again, more shit to look up. I don't understand why this is, some of this shit should be baseline by now. Like, it shouldn't be crazy to try and get basic collision check stuff that's so common in Unreal Engine 5. Up. And how old this answer is. From 2017, that's not bad. Special function for it. Get movement component, and from that, get is moving on ground. Yet when I did that, it was always true when I was standing still. That's great. Oh, wait a minute. That was when I was trying to detect specifically movement on the ground. Let me undo these real quick. And let me really fast do unclip all that. We're gonna do event pick branch. We're gonna do that dumble moving is moving on ground. If true, set Brig player grounded to true. If false, do the thing but false. And then both parts can go to this afterwards. But I'm gonna change these values here. I want it to update much faster, so we're gonna set that to 0.1 and set this also to 0.1. Just so that way it's not printing out 60 times per second on approximate. And we want to make sure that we output this value. Oh, I saw that. It's true, and then we jump, and it's good. Get rid of this ground check collider shit. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get that out of here. Leave. Not that. This. So we can get rid of the do once and the prints. This one is going to just kind of be the same thing as the is moving check. So we're going to go ahead and take this and turn it into collapsive function. Is jumping. Oh, no, wait, not is jumping. This one is grounded. Because the thing we're using in there is so good. And now we turn this into a pure cast node. Make this temp. Grounded result. And we want to do a return. An output bool that is grounded result. Both of these plug into that. Actually, no, what am I doing? I didn't need to make the temp. Because Brig player grounded already exists, I can just boop. We turn this into a pure cast node. And we set the description of text if player is on the ground or not. Keyword ground. Ground, grounded, floor. That's fine. And compact node titled grounded question mark. Access specifier public is fine. And now we have that for use here. Excellent. So now with this, grounded check, moving check. So if we're grounded and moving, and what? Not dead? That one? I don't know what else to, like, not hit. I think alive already kind of is covered, or will be covered here when I build a health system. So I think for now we can leave it at these two. We'll leave that third slot open just in case. When we release our left shift, that's when we're done sprinting. If we're not grounded or not moving, then we cannot be sprinting. Running is toggled via tab. So let's create another function here for... drop that down. There we go. Determine movement speed. And this is going to, it's not going to be a pure cast function, it's just going to be a node that exists to know what speed we're supposed to be at. Compact node title is going to be just set move speed. I'm not going to worry about keywords right now. Checks various variables to determine if player should be moving at walk speed, run speed, or sprint speed. Don't think we need to do any inputs here since everything else is currently internalized on the player and or the player controller. But it's okay, we've got these functions to know if we're moving or grounded. So, first check is oh, I also need to check what my walk speed is. Let me pick these speeds real quick. Max walk speed is 600 centimeters per second. It used to be 420, didn't it? I thought I had changed the jumping. Oh, I did change the jumping to 600, so the walk speed was naturally 600. That's fine. and we can probably set the run speed to about like 900 and then set the sprint to 1250 or something. Yeah, let's do that. So player walk speed is going to be 600. Brig run speed is going to be, I think, yeah, no, 900's fine. And then sprint speed will be 1200. They're multiples of each other, because then when you're crouched, you're moving at 300 move speed, so, or 300 centimeters per second. So 3, 6, 9, 12, it's appeasing to my brain. That is why I'm choosing these values. There is almost literally no other reason for it. We're not doing any kind of spawning of our player, but this is that node that I was talking about before, that in the previous stream, that you can find this node, this particular option on a blueprint variable when you're creating it that says expose on spawn, and when you select that, whenever you spawn this blueprint or choose the option to spawn something, spawn actor, and you choose this particular class that has an exposed on spawn variable like that, it'll have on the node that it gives you to spawn that asks for, you know, where you want to spawn it, what scale, size, rotation, location, who's the owner, who's the instigator of anything that this thing does, and that kind of information. It'll start adding in those exposed on spawn variables for you to set them the moment that your thing spawns in, which I love that. I absolutely love that. Ooh, there you go. Centimeters. Forgot that you could set units there. Let's go ahead and set this also. Centimeters there, and centimeters. Confirm, confirm. It's good across the board. This is going to be a read-only variable. Because we're not going to be changing these at all. We basically just made them no touchy. One is toggled on. And player base movement speed. Yeah, the rest should be fine. Now we go here and we check to see what our current state is. So first, branch. Are we printing? We'll go in descending order. So if we are sprinting, then we want to make sure that our speed is set to let me grab this character movement right here. Set, what was that variable I was looking for? That very specific variable. Come on. Don't be shy now. Not, ooh, I love messing with sets. Mass, there we go, we're getting up to the max. Oh, that's character rotation. That's flying, jumping, falling. Nav mesh movement. Walking. Here we go. Max walk speed. That is the value that we're going to be changing up pretty regularly. Okay. So, if the player is sprinting, then we set max walk speed to the sprint speed. I think we want to add a reroute right here and then have this kind of just lead down into that. And have the next reroute go a little further. Actually, we'll stretch this out a bit, go around there. Next, we're going to do a next branch check. So if it's false that we're sprinting, if we're not sprinting, then we want to go ahead and check if we're running, if we have that run mode toggled on. Now, if run mode is toggled on, we're going to want this set max walk speed to the run speed. And if that is still not the case, then by default, I don't think we even needed this over here. Set max walk speed for this will be set to walk. Because it already had to check if we're sprinting, and then it checked if we're running. So I've made it possible to sprint whether you're running or walking, just so that way you can immediately take off and start sprinting, no matter what. But I also made it so your run is a toggle, so you can technically be in walk mode or run mode, which is going to be a hopefully healthy medium between the two. Also, I might put a thing where sprinting will actually have the passive effect of building up your temperature gauge, but reduce stamina. Do I want to add stamina? Maybe just for sprinting. Maybe sprinting and combat. Sprinting can be -2 stamina per second. And physical attacks can be 10 stamina per attack, or 5 stamina. We'll keep it at 5. And just not attacking or sprinting will conserve your stamina. Let it regenerate. I'll have to set a regeneration rate, and I'll probably set that regeneration rate to be lower the colder the player is. Yeah, we're gonna have some fun temperature play here. I hope. So, we'll determine the movement speed like this, and once that is done, boop, boop, boop. Then we will be free to do our input movement. Yay. Let's see. Everything else should be fine. I set this up so that way I could change animation to a fighting animation, but we'll see how that works out here. Currently have a weird setup with this animation map, but we'll see. Oh, that was because I was also doing this in a different way. I might have to get rid of the this whole thing for changing. Alright, so now that we have this, we can kind of do more stuff, honestly. Get rid of that and get rid of this, because now we can just use the Brig player, drag a reroute, and start messing with it. The reason I dragged it out over there is because I can just double click to add a spot and drag off of that. So once we're here and we know that the player is a valid reference, so as soon as this becomes good, it will store it, and we'll have the player ref, and as soon as it is valid, we want to go ahead and start doing checks for movement, for jumping, and all that stuff. So we'll take this to a branch, and from this branch, you want to go ahead and grab off from that player reference and look for your variables. So Brig player, oh look at that, all those fun things that we were playing with. So let's say Brig player, running, sprinting, all this stuff. I'm not sure if I should be setting anything else here. Actually, since we have all those individual variables, hang on. Let me go to the ground movement thing here and see what I can do about at least getting us to go to walk. Go over here and say Brig player. This is for what? Walk? Yeah, this is idle to walking. So is walking. Oh god, not that one. Whoops. This one, it's the is moving thing, right? Call function is moving. And what else did we want for that? We should check the max speed. Like what our current max speed is. Give me a sec. I'm gonna make an enum. Blueprint, enumeration. Player navigation state. Brig player navigation state. First one, not moving. Description, not moving while on the ground. Next one, walking. Player is walking at base move speed. Next one, running. Player is moving at run speed. I should probably change the wording on this one here. It's reversed, kind of. is moving at base, well, just at walk speed. Then the last one, sprinting. Player is moving at sprint speed. My brain lapsed, happens often. And then uncontrolled. Player is falling, being hit, dying, slash dead, some other reason, do not have immediate control of your character, of player at this frame in time. Specifically at that frame, because, you know, computers. It's actually someone I served with. We bragged about some fun things. I deployed with him, actually, if I remember. I brought Magic the Gathering to a bunch of fucking infantry, hardcore, like, meatheads. I was very happy about it. Mainly, not like the self-satisfied nerd saying, haha, I finally got you after all these years and all the bullying over the... No, it's not that kind of story. It's more along the lines of I had already been butting heads with the infantry guys that I was serving with because being neurodivergent and constantly thinking about mortality and ways to survive in really awkward situations. When they pulled out a... we're going to go to the chatting scene. When they pulled out a... like, one of the leadership came up with a device called a Minehound. And it's a... it's basically a minesweeper. A handheld one, so whew, you best be doing things right, because take a step too far and didn't recognize what a particular sound meant, then you'd be stepping on something that would cost you and anyone near you their lives. So I took it very seriously. The person teaching barely took it seriously because they didn't even read the documentation. Most of the class that they taught was basically saying just check the instructions, that's it. They didn't teach it, they just passed off the duty to those individuals at the class, and none of them were paying attention to begin with. And I was like, bro, if y'all don't pay attention to this, then you may not come back tomorrow. You may not come back at the end of however long this convoy is gonna be. Like, take this seriously. No one wanted to. So I went to leadership above the dude that taught the class, and I was like, hey, listen, just out of pure concern, is there someone else that can teach that? Because I learned nothing from it, and I actually paid attention, so I know no one else did. And playing with people's lives. You gotta do the thing. So I retaught the class. Because he said there was no one else, but if you learn it, you can reteach it. I'll make sure that everyone's there for it. And I took the time overnight, I learned the entire thing, inside and out, slept for like 2 or 3 hours, and then taught the class to a bunch of people that thought that I was just being a pretentious know-it-all, when instead of being the person that wants to make sure that they know how to use the equipment in case the person that didn't pay attention and was using it blows themselves the fuck up, and you have to be next in line to pick it up and use it. Like, people don't think beyond certain things, and it's concerning in certain environments. And it's also crazy to think about the things that aren't thought about at all in certain countries, because it's not a thing that they are generally aware human beings are capable of doing. Wrong way. I went on a little rant. I'm sorry. That's why I swapped over to the chatting scene. I didn't want to... Didn't want to just keep on the main scene if I wasn't doing main scene stuff. I mean, toss this and grab another. Thor! Another! Alright, story time's over. Back to this. So we want to check if moving, and ground, so if we're moving on the ground, and let's go back to the Brig player and go to the determine movement speed, because at the end of these I'm going to add that enum value, and we're going to add it as a main variable here. Let's see, current move mode, current movement mode. Brig player navigation state. So we're going to pop that out. Set current move mode. Movement mode is not the right method for it. Current move speed limit. There, how's that? And we'll have to change the name of the enum too, because it feels weird. Brig player speed limit is much better. And we'll probably want to get rid of the not moving. Actually, we can leave not moving. We'll just delete uncontrolled. Alright. Set and set. This will be running, this will be sprinting. No, wait a minute. This is walking. Up there is sprinting. Walk. And sprint. Alright, so the reason that we have this is so that way now we have an easy frame of reference for our Brig player and a blueprint to pull from. By just pulling off of this and checking the current move speed limit and checking to see if it is at walking. What was the thing? Yeah, I think just equal enum. Perfect. Equal to walking. So I think if I set it to no movement, or yeah, to not moving, I can do that for potentially, like, for pausing. I can set it to not moving and keep things kind of flowing without having to switch the time scale. Okay, now that we've plugged that in here, potentially unsafe thread. A thread safe call. Question. there's like not really a moving thing here. By moving, I meant like nothing that comes in and feeds out. So there's no input for me to go into, for me to use like an is valid. Let's see what I can possibly do here. No, that would still consider it an invalid thing. What can I do then in this case? Go back to ground movement and see if there's a way for me to even the conduit. Ah, interesting. Basically kind of the same thing, but not? Yeah, no, it can't be the same thing. There's definitely something different about this. Gotta be. Doesn't make sense not to. Not to be different, rather. And walk. Next would be to transition back to idle from walk. Whoops. Which would be kind of the same thing that we have going for the transition 2, just kind of opposite. I don't like seeing that thread safe warning. I think I'm gonna have to make variables for these. Thread safe. Just prior to graph update. So one is event blueprint update animation, and this is an blueprint thread safe update animation, but this would be an override, so that means the function already exists somewhere in this, and it's set up, so I don't want to mess with it. Nothing can never be easy. Let's make a function that's just called variable sync. State variable sync. This should take Brig player. Is valid. And once valid, to check and set several variables. So first we're going to drag this out. We drag everything out, don't we? Reroute node. And we're going to get move current move speed limit. We'll set that as a variable for us as well. Oh, I can promote to a local for this. But it wouldn't work for a local anyway. I need it to actually be a thing. My brain is creating webs of interesting like function and blueprint syncs, but it's not for this, and I need to try and shake all of it out of my head. So we'll set that. As one of the first things. Then we set next thing, which should be Brig player grounded. Actually, I should just be able to check the is grounded thing. Grounded. What is this? No debug data. We'll promote that and name it player grounded. Change this to player speed limit. Also get rid of the spaces between it. What the hell, am I crazy? We have the grounded check. We need the sprint or move. Is scroll down. My stuff. My stuff is not here. Really? Then up we go to where my stuff might be. Where's my function? Apparently not. It does not want to give me my own functions. Cool. Is moving, question mark. That's why I didn't. Because I didn't do the smart thing and drop this down. Jesus. Promote that. And call this one player moving. Hopefully this is considered a way of doing quote-unquote thread safe versions of this. And next would be checking if running. Actually, no, because the speed limit's already there. We just need to know if we're actively moving and if we're moving while on the ground. And the speed limit at which we should be set. Okay. I feel like that works. So I should be able to go over here, get rid of Z's, and be able to set that up. That's the same exact one. That, and pull this off, and compare, contrast, make sure that it is equal to walking if we are both moving and grounded. All of these need to be true for this one thing to be true. Hey, that fixed it. Walk to idle will never be taken. Oh yeah, we'll fix that. By doing pretty much the exact same thing. Idle to walk, copy this, and kind of invert it, I guess. Idle, so we want this to be that technically doesn't matter. Doesn't matter which state we are in, so long as we're not moving and we're on the ground, it'll be fine. I'm gonna have to copy this one. This is just gonna be a thing. If we're not moving and we are grounded, we go to idle. So given these conditions, let's see what happens. No! What is it? Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to set what this is supposed to be. I think I did. Did I? Method, do not sync, initial update, blah, 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 blah. I think I forgot to add the state sync right here. Yep, and that's what I forgot. So let's quit that out and technically I should have kept the is valid check. My bad. We want to make sure that the player is always valid if we're going to be getting information from it to sync up. And then sync state variables. No! Still not functioning. What are we outputting here? First, let's see if it ever reaches here. It doesn't? Let's go to no debug object selected. Okay, no, it does. Next. Checks for this. Damn it. Parent graph. Hate when it does that. Let's try that again. Alright. So this means that it's already got this and it's valid. So we know that that's good. We can stop there and move this point. So technically this should also be valid. So then what is preventing stuff? Let's take this back to this. And see what happens. Trying to see if there's anything else here that I missed, and I don't think there is. Okay, so we can see these. Player speed limit currently set to not moving. Grounded, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I need to figure out why. Let's see what my movement states are being set to. Print string. Move state. And string, enum to string. Print that. We'll do the whole do once trick with a 0.1. With a delay of 0.1. Moving. Aha. See. So it's just never... That's right, because I'm not actually fucking telling it to. What is wrong with me? So first step is determining that goddamn move speed. Walking. Tab. Running. We're faster. Shift. Shift is not doing anything. No! Hit tab. We're back to walking. Shift is not doing the thing for sprinting, but we managed to get a change in walking to running speed, so that's nice. Let's go over here and check what's going on. See what's supposed to be happening around here. This is supposed to be set to that when Brig player sprinting is true. And left shift is set to moving and grounded. Let's remove that pin. Maybe that was causing an issue. This checks if we're moving. This checks if we're on the ground. There should be nothing else freaky about this because it was saying that sprint was okay not long ago. Let's try it again. There's the sprint. It was because I had that empty node. Oh, you're kidding. Or not empty node, but just empty option. Then we go to running, and I go to sprinting, let go. It's still running. Yes! Go back to walking, sprint, run, jump. Nice. Okay, so we've got that working out fine. Now to actually get this to respond to that. Is there a print here? Get blueprint asset? No, I guess not. See, that's odd. What about evaluate? The time at which to evaluate the associated sequence. Is this supposed to have any kind of interesting thing that I'm not doing the right way? Evaluate pose. It says pose none. Really? Are these not considered poses? Maybe not. I could be dense. I could be dumb. Yeah, more than likely am, actually. Go ahead and set this by default to walking. Idle plays idle breathing. That's totally fine. But then it's supposed to go ahead and register when we're moving, grounded, and set to walking. And then it's supposed to change. I don't get why it doesn't. Is there... I should be able to do a printout here. Now that I know that this works, I don't have to worry about this. Delete and get rid. Now the next thing I want to do is do another print of... What do we check here? Mesh, anim blueprint. Get linked anim graph instant. No. Link anim class layers by set. No. Animation instance or a post-process instance available to process. Set anim instance class. No. This is typically an instance of the class set as anim blueprint generated class. Not safe to use during construction script. Yeah, that's fine. Also, I don't think it's what I'm looking for. Oh, it could be. Anim instance. So, anim, get anim instance. Turn off my caps lock and see what options I have here. Create asset, no. Default, get world assets, no. Asset manager, no. What specifically is this? State machine, right? Default shared group, anim graph. Active curve names, default values, nope. Montage, no. Just any montage playing. Not sure if this would be considered a montage. Main anim instance, owning actor, don't need any of those. Try get, that's to get the pawn. Animation data model. Not sure if this will work. It could actually. Because it would be casting to the animation instance. Is triggered by state. Get whether a state with the given name in any state machine triggered the notify. Think possibly getting closer. State machine is relevant. State and state machine ground movement. Right, it was ground movement, right? I think it was. Yeah, ground movement. That's the state machine. State name. Thing is, I don't think any of that's working though. Like something is not outputting between where is it? Between entering here and then this right here. So I don't know where that is possibly messing up. Like, do I have to set stuff here, tell it that it needs to be in a loop, play rate, snap range, clamp result? No, all that stuff should be kind of automatically done. Start position, loop animation, yeah. Like, these are the animations that I would want to be loopable. So then why is it that when we get to, let me close that. Why is it that once we get to the actual anim graph, is there like a validity check for this? No, just operators? Call a function from the anim graph. Oh! A node that calls user-defined functions during animation graph blueprint. Is this it? Convert to animation state on update. Well, it's just one pose to another. I don't think that's the right one either. Aim offsets. Those are for blends. Blend by enum. Oh no. So blends are for like if you have a particular part of a upper and lower body movement that are going to be separate, like they're going to be parts of separate animations, such as your movement animation for your legs being walk, run, or sprint, versus the top half of the body doing a reload animation, a shoot animation, a getting hit animation, you know, whatever the top half is going to be doing. You can do a blend between two animations, set where on the thing it's going to blend, and yada yada yada. So there's that. Montage slot. Plays animation from code using anim montage. Maybe? Does that do something? Perchance? No, it does not. Why did that screenshot? That shouldn't have screenshot. Delete that. And doing F9 just led it to another screenshot. Okay. Cool. Why can't I toggle pose watch on this node? That's interesting. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's not what I'm looking for. Let's turn that off. Plug that right back in there. I'd like to be able to see what it's outputting. So if I Control-Shift-S save all, so I don't have to worry about auto-save stuff, let's come back out here. It just says animation pose, so let's go back in here. Okay, so what are these values being set to then? Player moving is false, grounded is true, and this should be true, yeah? I wish there were a way for this to like spit out true for me so that way I could see what is happening there. Like for it to tell me that it's true. Let me close out here and see if there's like a notify state reached then. Get current anim notify was anim name triggered in any state. Get whether the animation notify with the specified name triggered last tick. Have I set a notify anywhere? What is a notify? Maybe it's stuff set in each individual animation, like something that I can set to an individual animation. I'm gonna find something real quick. It's 7. We've been on here for about 2 hours and intend to be on here for 2 hours more. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit the be right back, grab a snack, little self-care, so to speak, and then I'm actually gonna bring the lights up for us here too, so that way I can be a little clearer. I'm tired of like barely seeing myself here in the corner. I'm gonna do a quick search while I'm also having my my quick snack. Might be about 10 minutes at most. I get really panicky about being AFK while live, so up to 10 minutes at most, I guess. So, be right back. I'm back. I was having a snack. Let me just clean up around my desk and I'll get back to the main scene and get back to work on this. So I realized, I found out at least that, at least for what I'm doing and what I just watched, I need to do something else with my state machine. Rather, I need to create like a state machine within a blend space and then work with it that way. I don't know. There's, I'm gonna have to work some stuff for this character, but we'll get to that in a second. Let me just finish cleaning up. Scraps of my trash are gone. I'm gonna bring the desk down. Now I've been standing for 2 hours. Fix our light a little bit. There we go. Okay. So, I think I'll have to delete the sprint blend space. And call this the movement blend space. Alright. Hello, hello. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. It's always nice to have someone to talk to. Alright, so here we're going to look for our assets. We're gonna have more than just Zasli. We'll bring this to not 12,000, 1,200. There we go. I almost feel like a second blend space would be needed. I just don't understand enough about blend spaces, to be completely honest. But let's see. Let's start with the idle breathing at speed 0. Let's do walk at speed 600. I'll have to change the value manually for this one. Yeah, there we go. 600. And for run, that will be 900. 900. $1,200 is the sprint. But I feel like we should wait on that. So I'll actually pick this up to 900. 0 to 600. Yeah, that's fine. So, where's the scrubbing point for this? I should be able to... No? Yes? Maybe? There's the playback. Wait a minute. Run animation... Oh, right, because it's just the arms moving faster. Oh, I need to turn off my fucking shadow. Yeah, I need to turn off my player's shadow. That's what needs to happen. I'm getting distracted by that. Wait a minute. Rip. Let's look around. Shadow. See, cast shadow is off. Interesting. And it should go for like everything here. So there's no reason why our player should even be casting a shadow now that I think about it. Huh. Maybe self-shadow? Hidden shadow? Oh, it'll cast shadows even if hidden. Okay, that's interesting. Didn't know that was an option, but still not what we're really looking for here. Let's see what else we have with light. Allow dynamic indirect lighting, or affect dynamic indirect lighting and distance field lighting. Nope, we're not going to affect any of the lighting. Static when not movable, yeah, sure. Okay. Ah, there you go. Yeah, so I don't see my player anymore, but we're also still going at regular speed here. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, now we're back to normal. This is movement. And then sprint sets back to idle somehow. Either that or I'm tripping. But we don't see our what do you call it? Body, which is fine. Rather, we don't see our shadow, but we see our body. And it's the fact that our legs aren't moving our body that kind of bugs me. our body to be visible, so that's kind of... It's gonna bug me. It is undoubtedly gonna bug me entirely too much. Go to Fab, go to the FPS Combat Fist, go into the animations, no root motions. Not so much the animation. What about the mannequin? Yeah, let's check that mannequin out, shall we? Nice, it made my anim blueprint right there. Physics asset, skeleton. Let's take a look at this. I want to see if there's a way for me to like hide parts of it visibly. Let me double check with just a quick search on if it's even possible before I go crazy looking for it. Possible to hide parts of a character. Just parts of a character. Such. Parts of character. Skeleton. Brig character. See if that one works. Yeah, the mesh would have to be split up. Bugged. Okay. Everyone else's issue is that they're trying to use like hacks that are like super intricate, but that's not my specific problema. UE for mannequin skelly. There's the transforms and everything. Mesh relative. That's not what I thought it was. Set new preview skeletal mesh. Preview animation. No. I feel like I'm looking for the incorrect things here. That's looking for just the blend space. I mean, this kind of looks a little closer. Oh, nice. Those are physics, collision, body setup, skip scale from animation. Ignore scale changes from animation. No, let's check primitives, spheres, boxes, capsules. Oh. No, that's just... Let's see, capsules. Okay. So that's what those are. Consider for bounds, yep. That's good and important. Dominant weight. These are going into like weight profiles and stuff. Preview controller for animation, that's fine. It's like I need to find where the skin is broken down. I forgot where I had found that before. Because the rest of the skeleton, it obviously needs to be there. It's, textures. Awesome. Of course it's like this. I'm assuming the parts that are white are considered the empty space that would wind up getting, like, ignored. So in theory, if I wanted it to work, I'd have to get rid of the correct pieces. It looks like they assembled the various parts, and or rather they made modular texture parts and assigned them to it. So it's really a hodgepodge that's pieced together. It's like, actually I really like the idea, but this dislike because I don't want to see the rest of you, and I really don't. You are hideous to me. I only want the hands to be visible, but I can't like separate and distinguish it, so F! Alright, at least turning off the shadow means that our player doesn't know that they aren't casting head. So that's a thing. We limit the downward lookability of the camera. Where do I have look that up? Camera input, there you go. So it looks for the pitch and yaw, which is the X and Y, left, right, up, down. So what if I limit the down to let's find out a value, shall we? Let's plug that in, and I want to see what this value is pretty much all the time. So let me move over, watch this value. What? No, watch this value, and I want to pin that so that way it's always shown. Please and thank you. I know you can do this. I've seen it before. Fine. Just gonna go back in. Okay, from this point on, I don't want them to be able to look down and see the character. So what is this value? Negative 1.4. Or, no, that's just 0.14. So what happens if I look up? No, that also says 0.14. That's sus. I don't like playing it in the small player. That says 0, and this says, now it says negative 0.14. Let's look right around there and see what happens. Okay, so it is actively changing. So I'm gonna say negative 0.14 is the value that we right there. Yeah, negative 0.14. Do a quick branch. So we'll say greater than. Oops. We're looking for this value. Seeing if it's greater than negative 0.14. If it is greater than 0.14, everything's fine. And if it's not greater than 0.14, meaning it wants to look even further down, then we're going to set it to 0.14 flat. So we'll do add controller pitch input, and we'll take a flat value of 0.014. Has to be negative. Sorry, it's supposed to be 0.14, not 0.014. 0.13999. Yes. Just keep bouncing it back by a microscale. Every time you try and look down further, it's just like, no, you can't enter that value range. Don't do it. Let's see if that even works. I can't look up. Unless I, like, also rotate at an angle. I can look down, though. Did it invert? Muy interesante. So let's set that to that value, and this to a positive value, and see what happens then. Nope. Still freaks out. So delete that and that. We'll return this back to normal. I know there's a way to do this. I know for a fact there's a way to do this because there's games all over the place that limit your view range. So if I go to here and check UE5 blueprint, how to limit view range when view pitch. Limit pitch of player camera attached to that. That's also a thing that should definitely. I just realized something. Wait. If first person, then should it? Change these values up here real quick for the spring arm. Sorry about that. 0 arm length. We want that thing right up on there. It's going to inherit the pitch and stuff from that. Fine. Let's see here. That's a third person. First person view. My knee is killing me for no reason. Actually, I think the reason my knee is killing me is inactivity. Honestly, it's probably killing me because the muscles are like kind of feeling the lack of exercise to them, meaning that they're relaxing a little too much, and in the case of my knee, that's not a good thing. Assign a limited pitch player camera pin. Oh, that's if you create your own limited pitch value. That's implementing it in C++. What? That's a lot of stuff. Oh god, yeah. Looks like a lot of people are setting up camera managers, like their own camera managers for this. So this would be using its own camera manager class, right? A default one, more than likely. There's the camera mesh. We're not actually doing anything fancy with the rest of it, so we should be fully capable of anything that physics allows. That's aspect ratio, lock to HMD, override aspect ratio, axis constraints, post-process blend weights. No, those are all fine. Why is this even drop down? I didn't mess with any of these, so it shouldn't even be there. Close up that post-process. Now, questions to be asked. Where is camera manager? Does this ask for camera manager? It does not. Okay, get player camera manager. Let's see if there's a pitch. Ah. Let's go ahead and actually see what these are. We'll do an append string. String append, there you go. And first things first. We'll say cam pitch minimum. Then we'll do a shift space, so that way it gives us a line. And we'll put the pitch min plugged right in there. And then we'll do a shift space and do cam pitch maximum with another shift space. Plug this in right there. I don't think we'll actually need this one, so we can remove that pin. And we can say, if we hit, there we go, keys, where's the P key? There it is. Key for print. If we press it, we print string, and this is how we're gonna do the print strings because I'm tired of redoing it over and over. Just change the append as needed. Alright, we hit play. We're not doing the limitations anymore, but let's go ahead and hit P and see. Okay, so 90 degree almost. Yeah, it's negative 89.900002. So let's reduce it to the max for the player on start. Oh, do I not have a player start here? Let's get rid of this. Keep event tick relatively fine right there. We have tab for movement. I'll have to create the actual input actions for that and make an action mapping. I'm not blind to that. I just, for right now, want to get things set up in a close enough to fully functional way, but in a vague enough way that I can change things very, very easily without having to go in and change other files and settings yet. So all that stuff's going to be based off that, and that is good and done, and I still need to do that for combat when I actually get to finally put some form of combat in here. Alright, so begin play. First thing we want to do here then is to get player, or let me just do camera manager. Yeah, there it is. Get player camera manager, and we're going to set max, or set, just look for pitch. There we go. I knew it was there. Set view pitch minimum, because we know that it is currently set between negative and positive 89.9000002. So we can set this to negative 60. Let's do 65. Negative 60. I'll do the thing that it did. 9000000. Q. Begin play. That will be your. Oh wow, it rounded it up. Bastards. Okay. So with that roundup, then I can look up. I can look down, but I can only look down enough to see my toes now. And it doesn't feel unnatural either, so... Oh! Saw a little bit of my belly, too. Oh no. Let's reduce that to just a flat 60. Compile. And try that out. Yep. That's the one. And we can sprint. And we can run on a toggle. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Movement is working out. Let's get the animations going and working properly with us for it. Hopefully, maybe. Let's disconnect that. Take a look at this here. Okay. So in this animation blueprint, in this right here, let's just kind of dunk all of that. Let's go down here to the movement blend space. And our entry will bring us into this. We'll do that. And this should now be able to plug back into there. Yeah. Cool. All right. So for anim graph, let's see what I should be doing. Is there a way to like do branches? Look at that. Ah, I see. No way for me to really do that, huh? Tunic playthrough? Yeah, I don't mind it. I would definitely do that. Am I gonna start my playthrough of Resident Evil 4 on the 17th or the 20th? That depends on if you're talking about it being the, you know, last day of class. I'm probably gonna take a week or two to myself because I have been severely neglecting myself and my mental health and all that stuff, and I'm starting to feel it heavily. I've been able to keep up with stuff barely, but it's starting to take a toll on me. So I will be taking a small break at the end of the semester to kind of resituate my home here, make sure that I dust everything vigorously because almost everything in my apartment has a layer of dust on it because I haven't touched it. I just go straight from my bedroom straight here to this desk. I want to make sure that I like wipe down all the surfaces and just kind of clean up and toss out a bunch of stuff that has not been used, touched, and has not had any use in months. Some things even longer. So it's the whole reason why I'm not going out to see family or friends for this holiday season for Christmas, because I'd have a habit of doing that, and then when I come back I need to kind of recuperate from my vacation because it's very socially draining for me. No matter who it is, just eventually I will crave personal space so much that it'll drain me out. So I go and hang out with people usually on Christmas and for like a few weeks or a month, and then I come back to, you know, face the rest of the year again. But this time I need to take some time just for me. I also need to try and figure out, you know, living somewhere at the end of the summer coming up, because that's when my lease is going to be done here. It's always around the summer, like August or September or October is technically when the lease always likes to renew itself. But I said I'm cutting it there, and I'd like to have a place to move into by then, like my own home. I have my VA home loan sitting waiting for me, and I've been going through picking some places recently, but every time I do I get panicky, not because of the prospect of moving or doing anything like that. It is the fact that I am using time that could be used on this to make sure I get good grades on that instead. And then I get panicked because I'm like, shit, well, technically that all happens after my semester's over. So I should probably focus more on the semester. Anxiety sucks. Anyway, alright, so in this state machine, we're going to be pretty much right here. Get rid of that. Because it will be fine here, unless state called sprint in is called. If sprint in is called, then we want sprint in to play. And then we want it to go to state sprint loop, which will go to state sprint out. And then sprint out can go to idle. This transition happens automatic rule based on sequence player. So does sprint in to sprint loop, automatic rule based on sequence, player, and state. Is that what it is? In state? Yeah. So basically what that says is once you're done playing your sequence, move to the next state. So if we are to move from any of these movement states to sprint in, then I want to, like, we're gonna have that specific trigger be like when we, the player, have sprinting as a bool set to true, then sprint in, and then it'll automatically proceed to the sprint loop, which should only proceed to here whenever, you know, sprint is false. So here's hoping that it works that way, right? Let's get player speed limit. Actually, I think we can just kind of get, no, we can't. Let's get the player speed limit and moving. Speed limit, grounded, moving. Speed limit equal enum sprinting, and it's the and brigade. Set this to the third value instead, because the second one is going to be moving, the first one's going to be grounded. We'll go in that order. You have to be on the ground, and then moving on the ground, and then moving on the ground in sprinting mode in order to be considered sprinting for this transition. Sprint loop to sprint out will never be taken. Don't worry, we'll take care of that. That was the sprint in. Let me go back to that and just copy this. This is going to be pretty much the same thing. For this to leave, we leave that sprint whenever player speed limit is not sprinting. Like, that's the only qualifier we need to drop out of sprint, is sprinting no longer true. Not equal to sprinting. No. Sprinting. There you go. So now that should mean whenever we are not sprinting, we drop out by going into the sprint out, and then from there we jump to, through auto completion, back to whatever our movement is supposed to be. So now we have to set the actual animations. That one's already got that one. This one does not. So let's go ahead and put sprint loop in and plug it in. And then we want to go to sprint out. Drop that there. Let's compile it. I think that covers it. Go ahead and compile. Each of these has their thing. Each of these has their thing. There's the automatic rule. There's the sprint loop out. Automatic rule. Sprint loop in. Okay. Let's see what happens. Alright, so this is supposed to be walking. It does look like the hands are moving up and down, but it doesn't look any different than my regular idle. So I think I'm gonna pull this off to the side. Y'all aren't gonna be able to see it, but I, however, will. Ah, okay. I see where I effed up here. So, we never plugged in our actual player speed. We never made that a thing here. So, state variable sync is one thing, but we should also create a player speed variable that we're going to use here. Let's see. Create it first. Speed. We're going to grab a float, and we're going to say Brig player velocity. Get velocity, and then we're going to get the length. We get the vector length of that. That should technically be how fast we're going. Like, that's what that calculation should equate to. So I think this is actually the value that we want to promote. Nope, never mind. Because we already made it here, we go to set and then do that. So that means that when we go back here, we want to plug player speed in right there. Right. Now I'm going to pop this off, and I'm going to keep the debug active while I'm doing my thing. Let's go here, do that, switch to that. There it is. We've got walking. We've got actual walking. Oh, it works. I saw the sprint happen for a split second. I'm gonna lose my mind. It's working. There's the run. Yeah, buddy, we got it. Looking around makes it act weird, but it doesn't matter to me. We got it. I have been fighting this. I have been fighting with this for a while. Got it. Okay. So we have the animations for that. Those are the movement-based animations. Next is going to have to be the combat. I don't know why I closed out the thingamabobber. Combat fists. Go back to mannequin. UE4 mannequin. Go back to mesh. There's our brig player. State machine. Should be able to create. Yeah, there it is. Ooh, a state. Wait. That's right. That's how we do the weigh-in and stuff like that. To know where to, like, cut sections of animation when you're blending them together. So happy with that pitch lock, or that pitch limitation. I'm gonna make sure I use that a lot more. New state machine was going to be fight animations. And this is gonna have to be a whole new thing here. I'm not sure this is quite right. I might have to do a little bit more research on this. And by that I mean, like, I know I didn't do anything yet and I just kind of stared at it in silence and just said, this is not right. So, my thought process, because it was going a little too quickly for me, is that in order for me to do combat, like these, the state machines going through these loops and everything, that's all well and good. I'm not sure exactly how to make it swap between certain things. I want to be able to create, like, almost like a switch or a set of animations for it to randomly choose from. And I know that that's possible because I'm pretty sure I've done that before in this type of animation graph. But I don't work with animations enough for me to know exactly off the top of my head how to do that again. So I'd have to find the videos that helped me the most and rewatch them. In this case, I want it to be able to kind of just swap to this new state machine and only use the combat state machine, you know, when certain things are called. And then it would enter the state machine and evaluate the things and determine where to go from there. But I know that from entry it needs a specific, you know, thing. Which is what bugs me, because the player might not be in an animation state of idle or something else. So what do I tell it to make that first initial state to be? I still don't know what a conduit state is. See, if I had more information and or knowledge inherently about how to do it, I'm very happy that I was able to get the movement to finally work out for me here. That's gonna work out great. But now I gotta figure out how to get some basic combat animations to work. And once I have those basic combat animations, what I'm gonna wind up doing is I'm going to basically have a visual representation of where the hitboxes should be based off of what it looks like from the camera's angle where the character's punching, because I want the hitbox to be anything from fist to like maybe 2 or 3 fist length away from the fist, just so that way it doesn't have to be super exact, maybe just 2 fists worth. But then that entire length going up to that point also should be a hitbox, so it would generate a capsule hitbox damage field, and that would be how I want it to work. And if it's like a hook, then it would probably just be a moving sphere or a moving capsule, depending on like the angle of the actual motion. But the thing is, it wouldn't... oh, wait, I can bind it to bones. That's right. Oh, that's so good. I forgot about that. I can bind the... This is to the bone. It's going to be so good. I hope. But that would be if I figured out how to actually get this to go the right way. to state alias. Huh. I do need to learn more about this. This is kind of like key shit. I'm okay with doing the 2D stuff now. 2D stuff is, you know, far easier for me to comprehend at this point. And it wasn't that way when I started, but that was because I was naive and thought that I understood the 3D processes better, but it was really that I was just doing them wrong because I was thinking of them in a very simplistic state. But to be quite honest, I think I need to take more time to research and work on this more on my own. So we're going to end Brig Breakout here, but I don't want to end the stream early again, considering I've already been kind of shortchanging pretty frequently. So we're going to jump back to Unreal Night Terrors, and this is just going to be what we wrap the stream up with for the last 40-ish minutes. Is going to be me working on the a little bit more on the project that's due for tomorrow. Or rather, progress is due tomorrow, not the whole project. I would cry. Be right back. And I also just remembered I have a lot of movie stuff that I gotta catch up on for that class too. Load it up, we're in. Alright, so this is the blueprint for my heavy character. This is the blueprint for my regular. I'm gonna also need to set this over here. Yep. What's that? I'm gonna drag a canvas over here. So if anyone's curious what this is the UI widget, or rather it's a widget editor, but I'm making a UI widget. So first let's set it to the scale that we should be expecting everything to be at, which is 1920 by 1080. And we're gonna set this as primary UI canvas. Now we already have the player health bar thing. So I think maybe we should have something to the right that has like objective. So let's grab text, drag it over here, and say current player objective. Go ahead and set that like that. I don't think I have any UI assets already in place here. Very likely not. Yeah, not a thing. Let's see if there's something that I can use as a little UI widget thing. Probably not. Yeah, no, let me just grab an actual little small UI pack that I likely have tucked around here. GUI, sprites, and icons. Fantasy magic things. That's not the right thing. Those aren't UI icons. Those are just icons. GUI images. There we go. This can work. I mean, they look a little too polished, but it's okay. Got the time box. Don't need to worry about that. Track selections. I just need something that looks like it can be a decent little translucent box thing. Something just to kind of highlight that, and then I'll put a fade on it. Maybe this isn't the pack. Input prompts. Nope, that's different. Pixel art. Icon sprite sheet. That's like all the icons. That's right, I remember this. Let's take a look at these. Can also be a bit of a better choice. Bit the land. Oh, let's take this one. We'll drop that in there. We'll go ahead and set that to a 2D paper texture. And I should be able to create a panel image, right? Just drag an image out here. We'll call this objective title frame. And we'll also rename this objective label. And attach it. Widget can't have children. No. What was the other thing that we could piece together? Was it a scale box? Allows you to place content with desired size and have it scaled to meet the constraints placed on this box's allotted area. Background image scaled to fill an area but not become distorted. Oh yeah, that's probably definitely a thing that I want. Scale box should include that frame. Objective frame scaler. And this title frame should have the actual image on there, which we have made the effort of here. Oh, let's see. Guess what? My family is now safe in Lebanon. They finally went back to their house after Lebanon's recent war. That's so good to hear, brother. I'm so happy for you. I know that I saw that Biden was able to negotiate a ceasefire. It's not, you know, outright peace, but it's a step, and it's a step that isn't being like talked about enough and isn't being pushed out, publicized enough. But yeah, that's a thing that's happening now. I also, you know, saw on the flip side things like a father preparing his son to go to prison as a prisoner of war, which does not feel good. All these conflicts and stuff, it's it's too much, and I don't see where a lot of it finds its ground, where people think that certain things are valued higher than a human life. But it's just coming from someone that was willing to go out there and fight those battles. This image, we'll replace it with this. We'll use the texture. No tiling. I do want it to kind of fill properly, if that makes sense. So we'll make sure that the padding that it's currently giving itself is not there. Because it definitely does have a little bit of a pad to it. Fill. Oh, last time it was scaled to fit. No. Scale by safe zone. We'll go scale to fit and keep the inherited scale. Ah. Now we want both on there. Let's see what we can, if the scale or something that we mess with here about it, or... Oh, there's something here. Yeah, that's not the one. Get that back to normal. What about 75? No. Trying to figure out why it feels like there's this padding there. It really doesn't feel like there should be. And I'm not sure if it's from the scaler box itself or the rest of this. Size to content. Is that gonna do it? No, it's not. Whatever. Alright, next I want to add this to whatever little thing I'm going to be creating here. Let's say that this is going to be a... not a size box. We want it to be laid out vertically, wig switcher, yeah, vertically. So with this vertical box, we can add the objective frame switcher to it, and then we can add that to it. Darn, that's actually still not going to work the way I want it to. Not quite. It's almost there. We will need the vertical box because we'll need it to put the text for the actual objective there. But for right now, I'm trying to figure out how to get this in there the right way. Ugh, sorry, the right way. Stack box. Oh, that's for vertical or horizontal. That's a grid overlay. Allows widgets to be stacked on top of each other. Yes. So, if I take this scalar, put it in the overlay, and then take the text, and also place it in overlay, aha! think I probably want to also put the text in a scale box as well. So we'll do objective label scalar. Toss this in there. Now we can work on how this actually is gonna, you know, do its thing. We look into this text. Let's check the font. There we go. Actually, let's see what the Phantom Fingers looks like. Sure. Sure. That'll do it. Kind of go here. We're gonna make this about a size 16 font. Never mind, that's just gonna go with the scalar anyway. So I guess we can set that back to 24. Font material shouldn't really matter, but we can make it matter. Never mind, that's a terrible idea because 2D and 3D do not mix in that sense. So let's not. Outline size, 1. Perf. That'll just make it a little bit more visible. Doesn't need to have an outline color. Want it to be center justified. Hold up. Transform policy to upper to lower. Probably not what I am looking for. I think the only other thing I would care about is their auto wrap text. Now let's go to this scalar and change the size of this. Enables or disables respecting locks placed on widgets. Normally locked widgets prevent being selected in the designer. Okay, yeah, no, that's good. I like that being active. I want to be able to like change the size of this now though, please, thank you. Oh wait, is this the overall size of the overlay? Yeah, it is. All right, cool. That's kind of what we want here. So this is supposed to just be the label for the player. So we'll set this here. Let's get the objective frame. The scalar for that. We're going to center everything up. Scale to fill. Scale to fit. What about user specified? Are you going to let me specify it? Oh. Oh yeah, buddy. 4.75. 4.5. You know what, we'll say 4.5 works. And let's get this other one. Center, center. And possibly, maybe uncheck that particular thing about the word wrap. It might not be working. Auto wrap text. Yeah, see that's fine the way it is now. So I think in this case we want to do the center center. Yeah, there's that. And possibly slightly adjust our padding on the right and left. So let's add right and left margins of 5. Let's make it 10. Yeah, that works. Might even need a 5 on the top. 10? Don't tell me this is going to be an equal across the board. No, it's not going to be. 0. And this will do. Set that equal. You heard that things are going insane with HoloLive? They graduated 4 of their noteworthy VTubers this year? I don't know what HoloLive is, but that sounds like cool shit. I like alternative forms of education, entertainment, stuff like that. Gonna ignore that option. Okay, so now that we have these there, this overlay exists. We'll call this the objective anchor. And now we can probably get that horizontal box, drag it out here. Nope, not the horizontal, we wanted a vertical box. Put the objective anchor on there and take this vertical box. Make it about like that. Let me get a scale box for it too. Actually. Move the scale box here, scale it to that. Now we're going to take the vertical box, reset the sizes. Oh, it dumped everything over there. It's kind of okay. We'll rename vertical box to be objective scalar, just like overall objective scalar. Oh wait, no, that's what we named the scale box for this. This is the objective container. I don't want, there you go. Now objective container, scale box, yes. Objective scalar, and now we take this lovely objective scalar and bring the whole thing over here, and I want it to just kind of take up maybe about that. At most 1 unit right here. Like one of these blocks. Okay. Now with that in mind, we can go to the objective tracker. Fill horizontally. Fill vertically. That does make sense. This is going to wind up scaling based on other factors. This is not scaled the way I want it to be. Scale to fill, none of these really work. Scale to fit X doesn't really work. None, no stretch. Scale to fit. User specified. trying to get this to work the way I want it to is quite a predicament. Yeah. We'll set that like that instead, 1.65. And that like that. And now I should be able to add the actual objective box beneath it. So let me drag something into the frame here. Could just be another scale box. Wait, what's the size box here? Specify the size it reports to having desired, not all widgets report a desired size that you actually desire. Okay, yeah, no, I get that. And the scalar box should have, we'll count this as the current objective text. We'll toss text into it. Objective text. And this is going to be the variable. I'm actually going to call it editable objective text. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom because I got to pee. I'll be right back. Back to me. I'm back. Alright, so current player objective is there, text block is here, editable text block, current text block objective. So if I take that and toss it into, or rather I need to move it from here into the objective container. Excellent. Do 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 do. Yeah, scale to fit X. Now for that text size, that's going to be something else entirely. Let's take a look at that font. We'll leave that font regular, I guess, so it'll be more legible than that. That'll be the fancy one. Set this to size 12. 6. Doesn't really matter, I see. What's monospacing? Enable pseudo monospace font, whatever. Letter spacing, don't care. Font material, not gonna mess with you again. Outline settings, definitely gonna add that one. Why not add some metered corners? Now the question is, will this fill in properly? I guess they're fine where they are. Best classes that I had in the school. One of them was the collab class, easily. Another really, really good one was the... Hang on. I need to remember the name of it. It was game 150. Game 150 was another, like, top 3. So outside of the Game Labs and game 150, I think the level design class with Mark. I learned a lot from Mark. Default wrapping, allow per character wrapping. No, we want default wrapping. Visible. Justification, center, transform policy, convert text to lowercase for display, uppercase for display. Let's go to lower, and none. Minimum desired width, leave that alone. Don't worry about line height. Not bold, italic. What about light? Regular. We'll do regular. But now the other question is, will this height be okay? Going back to scale to fit keeps it kind of at a reasonable level, so we'll leave it there and see how that works out. Does this have a particular sizing thing that I can pay attention to? Tooltip widget, no. Override accessibility defaults, no. Nope, nope, nope. Doesn't look like any of that's really anything I should tinker with here. So, alright, fine. So I should be able to set objective text based on the area where the player's at. Trying to think. We're in Night Terrors here, so I probably need a bar or meter for the player's transform. So let's try and create one real quick with a scale box and a slider. Oh, no, undo. There you go. Size it to the content. And here, we see it is cold. Scale. Oh yeah, because size of content. We'll do that. Boop. Do that. Then stretch. No, because you won't. What about the rest of you? Orientation. Horizontal's fine. I don't want it to be another vertical bar. Center's fine. Valuation's a little weird. Slider bar color is... set that as hopefully this kind of a darker purple value. Now, why is the slider so chunky? Style, interaction, advanced. slider, the actual slider handle, is invisible. Hooray! Okay. Orientation's fine. Now I just need to fix the actual size of this thing. Because it didn't look like it wanted to really scale itself. There we go. Can leave that at 1. But this feels a little off, don't it? Do I have to set it up on its own first? Yeah, that don't look right. Where's your transforms? Set you back to normal. 1 and 1. Let's see what actually happens with you here. Anchors. Canvas slot panel. Hold shift to update the alignment to match. Control for position to match. Ah. That actually wasn't the correct position. Huh. I see what the offsets are for the anchors there. I get it now. Not what I'm looking for, though. Click size to content now on the main thing instead of on the scale box. And it's not going to do the thing. Unchecking that doesn't undo the thing either. Nice. Set that to about half. Ah! What have I done? Click back in here. Nope, I clicked the scale box. My bad. Also, my bad for this, too. This should have been like this. Yeah. Should it have been? Now I grow doubtful. Because I feel like this stupid slider that's there might actually have a better purpose than I initially gave it credit for. Because there's the value. This isn't the kind of slider that I'm used to working with, though. Why is this one? Oh, because it is, in fact, a slider and not a goddamn progress bar. I'm an idiot. Ugh. God damn it. Dumb is me, and dumb I do. Okay, so the tint for background image of this is going to be that deepish burgundy that I was just talking about, and then the fill is going to be that enchanting... See, that shade looks entirely different than what it's actually representing there. That's such a tease. Okay, there we go. That's probably a little bit better. Now let's see about percent. Hey! You know what? I don't care that it turns up... Okay, no, that's actually weirding me out. Why is it... Oh, because of the initial white on there. Yeah, okay. So let's see what I can do to actually get us to a purple color. It doesn't want to give me a purple color, I see. Awful. Fell awful. Like falafel. So I guess that means if I tint this just straight to white... Yo, never mind. I'll bring that back to normal, but then I'm gonna set this to just straight up 100% here, 100% here. Straight up white coloration. Yeah, because down here is where the fill and opacity stuff is. No wonder. That's what I want. Yes. Okay. Now on this, I'm going to go ahead and rename this progress bar to primal meter. I think 150 was actually intro to game design. And I took it before I got into the bachelor program for game design. I took it when I was just taking the associate's degree for game development. Once I earned that degree, I was like, you know what, I like this so much, I want to go into design. It looks like I can touch on everything in a product at that point and be able to like really work something with that. And so I did. I'm going to use size to content. Okay, then why can't I change the size of this then? Reduce that a little bit and set that to 30. Set this to 20. Not 20, Jesus Christ. 12. 5. 5 borders. Oops. Undo. Grab the scale box. And scoot it. But then again, I don't think this actually works for me either. It just really don't. We'll undo the transforms. We'll set this scale box back to not inherit the, or not to size to content. But it feels like that is like an excessive sizing thing here, and I don't know why it's not. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the right one. Scale to fit X. So if I set this here, this might actually have to be a vertical now that I think about it. I'm kind of dumb. If the health is vertical, it would only make sense to also have this match it. We'll just have to have this also hidden until they unlock the primal. So let's go to minimize style and go, instead of left to right, we want bottom to top. And now we want to change the size of this scaler to be more this. I actually don't remember exactly where the player UI one was. I realize that I'm like, my mouth has been kind of off screen most of the time. I'm sorry. Like I said, it happens whenever I shift too far one way or the other due to the perspective of the camera. Let's see where our player health bar is. Okay, so player health bar is chilling like right in there. let's change that to a border. No! I said get this out of the main thing, Jesus. Scale box, goodbye. Let's get a border. And then drop primal meter in border. Nope, undo what I just did there. Thank you. And put that in there. Thank you. And border can have a fun little cancel that. It's changing the actual colors of stuff around it. Make it even all around. Make the brush color. There we go. What was the size of the border on this? Here a full 4 padding border? I don't think so. Huh. Oh, the padding would be, oh, that is a 4 border all across. I don't think I quite need it like that. Also, is this set to the right size? Oh my god, it wasn't. Oops. That is my bad. I need to line this up real quick. Like this part I remember doing. This part I remember doing a lot of, actually. Cool, now I can set all these offsets to 0. And it'll be like, yay, it all works. And now to go to this. And shrink this like this. And how tall were you from there? So 2 going down. Something right around here. Set you to like right there. Bring you down to right around there, I guess. Practically, almost. So, just to re-explain this little flower thing that we keep moving around, this is actually the most accurate scaler for your UI elements. If you forget to set this, then whenever you try and change your screen size during gameplay, it'll slam all of your stuff all over the place because it's trying to move things without scaling them. And that's when you get really crazy UI errors. Doing this makes it so that way when you scale the size of your window, it'll scale the size of everything else. And that's also why I put everything inside scalar boxes, so it'll even scale within the scaling. I want everything to be appropriately sized for the medium that it's being viewed on. Primal meter border. There's the primal meter. I think I'm also going to set up a little bit of a text box. let's get another little overlay thing. And in the overlay, we're going to go ahead and drop an image. The image is probably going to be this one again. This overlay is going to be chat box, not chat box, text box overlay. Because chat would insinuate being able to talk to it and have stuff happen. That's not going to happen. We can set this to be centered. No tiling it. Set that to 100, set this to, what, 50? Yeah, see, that's closer to what it should be. And for this, the border that we have, oh wait, no, we have an overlay here. We should probably place a border. And have the backdrop in the border in the text box overlay. So now for this border, let's get rid of no, not that. Why is your padding weird? What happened to... No, that's not quite right either. Oh well. Let's set this to more of a grayscale. It's like, can I take away from some of this? Can I do like a -2? Oh, I can. -5. If I do -5 up here, I think it's just gonna still autofill, huh? Yeah, it feels like it just brings it right back to where it was. And if I bring this to -8, it does it again, right? Oh, not quite. -5.75, -5.5. Why not? That's for the content in there. Oh, what if I set that to 0 and went back up here to this padding instead? Now what does this padding offer? Aha! Yeah, you know what? Let's set this to 1s across the board. Okay. Let's see what happens with this. -4 looks okay for that. And then this backdrop here that have no padding from everything else. In fact, it should be negative padding now that I know that I can do that. So I'm going to. Let's change the top padding. Let's see what we can do about making this a -5, -8. Sure, -8. -7, -6, -5.75. We're back at those values again. It's awesome. It's crazy. Let's take, I'd say about 3 off the sides. Okay, maybe 2. Yeah, that works for me. Let's not change the size of that, but instead, let's do what we do with everything and grab a scale box. And we went overtime here, but that's okay. Text box scaler. Let's go ahead and drop the overlay into the scaler. So that way we can now do this. Yeah, buddy. Bring it to about there. But something's still not quite right here. Oh. That doesn't do good. Scale by safe zone. Well, then what's defining the safe zone? Oh. The safe zone widget is an essential part of developing a game UI that can run on lots of different non-PC platforms. While a modern flat-panel computer monitor may not have overscan issues, this is a common occurrence for consoles. It's common for TVs to have extra pixels under the bezel, in addition to projectors and projection TVs having potentially several vertical and horizontal columns of pixels hidden. Okay. So what happens if I bring that out? Take that out of there. And instead put it in there. And now I call this safe text box. And then put that in the scaler. And then have the scaler do, yeah, scale by safe zone. Now for the safe zone, am I not allowed to change anything on it now that I put it in there? Is that how this is going to work now? Overlay, title safe, yeah, safe area scale, yeah. Border. There we go. It's just me being dumb and not, like, filling these things in the right way, I guess. That's funny. Alright. Let's try and fix some of this for the padding. So let's say -5. Never mind. Turn that to -2. Oh my god, it undid everything. But I guess it doesn't matter because it's just doing that. That is also backdrop stuff. I wanted border. 1 is fine, I'm sure. What about content? No, we definitely want that stretched. No, we definitely want that stretched out too. Alright, so content padding. 2s? Negative 2s? Okay, so you do still know the thing. Ah, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Negative 60. Better. Negative 35. Alright, cool. Now that we have these in our lovely text box scaler, I'm gonna say I should be able to just kind of move this thing around however I want. I am gonna fix this up just a tad bit more. Where was I just making these edits? Alright. So for top and bottom, let's set this bottom to actually negative 45. Oh. $45. Actually, negative 50. Why not? And then the top, we'll have to set it to negative 65. Wish it would pay attention. Negative 7. Negative 75. Oh. Oh, be still my heart. Okay. Now I think if I scale this just up here, I have a chat box. And now in this text box overlay, I can also add one last bit of text. And this will be from the center. Justification will be center. This will all be centered on there. Default wrapping, and we'll have text wrap. We'll actually do a horizontal fill. Not a, well, we can actually still do a vertical fill if I create a top and bottom margin of 50, 40. 80, 90, 120. 100 should be fine. I could probably left justify as well. But if we're gonna do that, we also need to do like maybe a 150 over here. Yeah, that'll do. We'll do a 150 margin on the right as well. And about a 100 on the bottom. Why did it do 1500? That's crazy. We'll make that editable by making it a variable, and we're going to rename this to be editable underscore text box. Text box container, even though it's just a border, but you know. Alright. That should be enough to kind of get the gist across to what we're going to try and accomplish here. We have the player objective there. We have a text block thing that will, I'm going to make it so that way it's invisible at the start and will only pop up whenever we need something to, you know, say, oh, hey, you know, this is something here. Or, you know, they try and proceed forward, but they haven't killed all the enemies. I can make that show itself and have the text say, hey, kill these enemies, and then you can go. So now we have a little notification system, an objective system that will update based on, you know, as the player progresses through and hits certain points, it will reach to this and change what their objective should be. And this right here is the primal meter, so that way the player will know how long they can use the slightly overpowered ability. We'll do the one quick show here. I haven't added the other stuff to the UI yet, but I just want to show what the power looks like again for anyone that missed it last time. Is we do this, and we have all of our abilities still, but now we have them as a primal elemental. And right now it's set to a toggle. I will make sure that it's set to a toggle on, and then it will toggle itself off when the time runs out and or player dies. And that wraps it up for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I want to give thanks to our sole chatter today, which is, of course, Abman. Thank you for being here, brother. I hope I was able to answer your questions sufficiently. I will take some time after the semester is done, but I will make sure to mention it in Discord, and I'll even put out a little YouTube post using the community post system and say, hey, I'm going to be starting Resident Evil 4 on VR, not VR, whatever I decide to do for it. And I can add Tunic to the list of playthroughs if Tunic isn't already in the recommended tab, like suggestions tab on the Discord. Can you add it on there for me so that way I know? And that wraps this up. Thank you all for being here, and we will see y'all in the next one. Stay frosty.